You know, this is an awful quiet crowd for such a big one. Wow. So let's bring this meeting to order. Wednesday, May 28th, Santee City Council, 6:30 p.m. And tonight we're going to have a invocation presented by Pastor Kevin Miller, who's hiding over here on this side. And we spotted you, don't worry.
These city council meetings are so happy. City
They are
council meetings that
happy.
I usually go to don't have this tone. This is nice.
Well, welcome to the real city council.
There we go.
meeting.
You got it. It's an honor to be here.
Pastor Miller is a connections pastor at Foothills Christian Church, and his job is connecting people to other people and resources. He's been doing that for 25 years. He's a graduate of SDSU.
Rah.
And the shortest bio I've ever had sent to me. And you know what? I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Absolutely.
And so tonight, following the invocation, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. And since he's going to be doing a whole bunch of the work out there tonight, I'm going to have Vice Mayor McNellis lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So please rise.
Let's pray. Father, it's just an honor to be here with people that serve this beautiful city so hard, both the citizens and the public servants and the council people. Father, thank you for people who are willing to roll up their sleeves and to make this a better place, to work together even when they don't always agree. So we ask for wisdom tonight. We ask for unity tonight. Father, we ask that your purposes would be accomplished in such a special place. And of course, Father, we want a special blessing on Laura Corval and her birthday today. Father, would you bless her especially in Jesus' name? Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, join me in we salute the flag of the greatest country in the world. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thanks, Pastor. All right, we have some couple of sad items to take care of tonight, and I'm going to have the Vice Mayor handle that. But there are two adjournments in memory of.
First, I'd like to bring up Mr. Bill Berghoff. You'll come up here with me, buddy. Bill is not only the son of Paul Berghoff, but his best friend, his business partner, confidant, and just general getting into troubleness individual. Let's give you a little information about his dad. Tonight's meeting will be adjourned in memory of Paul Berghoff. Paul passed away peacefully on April 17, 2025 at the age of 92. Shortly after his beloved wife, Loretta Berghoff, with whom he shared 64 years of marriage. He was a passionate entrepreneur. Paul founded and operated several family businesses, including an investment firm, a family restaurant, and multiple sports complexes. One of those sports complexes located right here in the city of Santee, and we know it as Sportsplex USA, Santee. Paul founded Sportsplex USA in 1994 by operating a newly developed Sportsplex in Poway. Building on its success in Poway, Sportsplex USA selected the city of Santee in 2003 to operate a new facility it was building. After 7 years and a lot of tears, Sportsplex USA Santee opened in 2010, which has since welcomed hundreds of thousands of visitors annually, leaving a lasting legacy in our community. Paul's passion for sports extended deeply into his personal life. He was unashamed to admit his passion for athletics far surpassed his interest in academics. He played many sports well, though he jokingly claimed he wasn't great at any. As proud of his athletic achievement was playing tennis for the U.S. Army in Japan. Golf became his favorite pastime later in life, followed by basketball, platform tennis, and swimming. Paul is also a man of unwavering faith. He supported many Catholic causes, including his home parish, Catholic Charities, and Franciscans Outreach. He routinely and discreetly made generous donations of both his time and his resources of these efforts. Paul was a cherished father to Ann Berghoff Bastow, Paul Berghoff Jr., Bill Berghoff. His son Bill has worked at Sportsplex USA Santee since it opened, and along with the Sportsplex team, will carry Paul's legacy forward. So, the City of Santee in deepest sympathy. On the 28th day of May, 2025, the Santee City Council meeting will be adjourned in memory of Paul Berghoff.
Thank you. Really nice. Wasn't really prepared to say anything, but my dad really, really liked Santee. He loved it, in fact. And there's one familiar face from 2003 right over here. Mayor Minto was a first-term council member, and he was a driving force in us in Santee getting to Sportsplex USA. And my dad just loved being part of the community and getting to know the leadership of the community, and the hundreds of thousands of people annually that come through our gate. It wouldn't have happened without my dad. So if you have a kid, a neighbor, yourself, play ball at Sportsplex USA, it's a direct result of a vision and the gumption of my dad, as well as obviously the city of Santee. And we're just, Eddie Vandiver, our general manager, and our mission is to continue his legacy and make him proud. Thank you for being here.
Hey, Vice Mayor, before you go on, I'd like to say something.
Yes, please.
So you mentioned that 2003, so 21 years I've known you and your dad. You're a lot stronger than I am. We became very good friends. We've all become very good friends. Paul and your mom, Lorette, we got together for a lot of years and just broke bread, had dinners together and things. The great highlight that I talk about is last year. People don't know it, but the Berghoff family has been around for a long time, very influential in the state of Illinois, specifically Chicago. A lot of fun people. Your dad was part owner in what was known as the Berghoff restaurant. It's still there. And last year we got to go visit you and your dad there. Had a great time. It was an unbelievable place. And I know that your dad really appreciated my wife and I visiting there. Just on a lighter note, though, I remember we used to tease your dad about being a Purple Heart recipient. Nominee. And
I did want to bring that up, but I was like, no, this is the time.
That's okay. I'm going there. And the reason why he was a nominee is because during the war, he was playing tennis, and he thought he would be able to jump over the net, and he tried, and he injured himself jumping over the net. So he didn't actually get that award, but somebody was clever enough to put him in for it. So what a great story for anybody that knows. He's a veteran. He was a great guy. We had lots of conversations and a lot of fun. So we're going to miss him dearly. So thanks for letting me share that story a little bit.
He truly was the life of the party.
Yeah. You on? All right, you're done.
Paul was definitely the life of the party. Anybody that knew him, he was, just most akin to Rodney Dangerfield. That's the only way I could describe him. He was larger than life. He always had a joke, always made everybody around him laugh. But he was also the first one to give up a chair or to help somebody out with a donation or to make something possible so that the kids could have a better facility here in Santee. So again, thank you so very much for all of you and your family have always done. He's dearly going to be missed. And now we've got another dear friend of mine that we're in German of tonight. Again, tonight's meeting will also be adjourned in memory of Jerry Park. Jerry was an active member of the Santee community and lived a life defined by dedication, service, and love. At 18, Jerry enlisted in the United States Army, serving honorably for 3 years. After his time in the Army, he went on to serve his community as a San Diego police officer for 35 years. He demonstrated steadfast dedication to public safety. Also, after his time in the Army, Jerry married Sharon Park on July 24, 1965. Their nearly 60-year union was a testament to enduring commitment and partnership. Outside of his professional life, Jerry continued to serve the community in a number of ways. He was a Little League coach for the American National Little League for 5 years. He was a member of the Santee Elks for 35 years, serving on the board of trustees for at least 10 years. During his time as an Elk, he established their recycling program, which generated thousands of dollars for the Elks. He and another man would go every week to sort the cans and take them to the recycling center. He was even dubbed Dr. Trash. Jerry was active in Guardian Angels Catholic Church, where he ushered every Saturday night for 50 years. He took communion to the sick with his wife for several years, hosted Bible studies at their home for 10 years, and for several years he made up bags of clothes and food for homeless and went around to deliver them. Jerry is survived by his beloved wife, Sharon Park, his son, Kevin Park, and wife, Carmen Park, his daughter, Vernisa Hilligas, and husband Lenny Hilligas, 7 grandchildren and 9 great-grandchildren. That's just the stuff that we put in writing. There's also a lot of friends here for Jerry that we live on Three Oaks Way, and Jerry was kind of the king of the court. We made a joke that he held court every day. We even put a table next to his house and a patio cover over it, so that people that would walk by with their dogs and their families and stuff would stop by and carry on conversations with Jerry, and he was never short of conversation. He was a great mentor, a great friend, a good confidant, and was always there for anybody that needed anything that stopped by. Just one of the most beautiful people you'll ever meet in your entire life. He made us all laugh, made some of us cry, usually Jimmy Buxa back there. Those two, him and Jimmy Buxa, who's back there as well, we used to call them the old guys in the Muppets. Remember the guys up in the balcony? That was them. They bickered with each other like you can't believe, and did it every single day for years and years and years, and they loved it. And those of us around it got to witness it. We loved watching every minute of it. They were fantastic friends. Jerry is going to be very dearly missed. Do you want to say any words, hon? I didn't think so, sweetheart. Does anybody else want to say anything about Jerry? No? All right.
I'll say something.
Yeah, I forgot, yeah. Mayor Minto served with Jerry, yeah.
Yeah, Jerry and Sharon, you and I think only met maybe once or twice, which is kind of the way it works in that law enforcement community. You know, unfortunately, the cops hang out with each other, and their spouse, whether it's male or female, tend to always be in the back seat. But we know who really is driving that bus, right? And Jerry, you know, he and I served together. He was a auto theft detective for many, many years. So we had an opportunity while working as law enforcement officers in San Diego to not just cross paths, but actually go out and work. And I remember the times, it's funny, he had a pair of overalls. And you always know when he was going out looking for like numbers on a car, because he'd put those overalls on, he'd crawl under there and he'd get all dirty and greasy, and he probably brought it home for you to clean, right? You're pretty smart then, but because he got pretty dirty, but he always walked around the office, and you knew when he was doing that. And then, of course, you know, being the mayor, you know, and being out here in an area that people that used to work with live, I used to get a lot of calls from him, and I always have to say, no, Jerry, I can't do that. And because he was very adamant about wanting things done. And I remember going out over the house, I think maybe once or twice, and helping him hold court. And he really hated it one time because I brought him a Coors Light, and he didn't care that much for Coors Light.
No, I had to hear about that.
Yeah,
Mayor Minto was too cheap to bring me good beer.
Pretty much. I think I got it on sale, and
He liked Bud Light, by the way.
I think I got it wrong, actually. That's why I showed up with that. But you know what? Every day, you just go about your business, and you never know who's not going to be there the next day. So I guess the way I approached it is that every time you see one of these people that you have a past with, you say, hello, I love you, and thank you for being part of my life.
So, the city of Santee, in the most deepest sympathy, on the 28th day of May, 2025, the city of Santee and the Santee City Council, this meeting is adjourned in memory of Jerry Park.
All right, we're going to turn around and have a little bit of fun now.
Yeah, this is a lot easier. This is some cool stuff. There's been a lot of push for kids these days to go to, a four-year university and to do all these, to get these crazy student loans and do all that. And we forgot a lot about wood shop. We forgot about auto shop. We forgot about, cooking skills. We forgot about things that we still need in society. And I love the fact that Santana High School has not forgotten about that. And so we have a couple of, a few people here today. We've got Ben Seekert. Come on up here, buddy. And Abraham Espino. Come on up. And then who's going to represent Santana? All right, so there are students at Santana High School's Career Technical Education, or CTE program, in the auto body repair and refinishing. Recently, Ben and Abraham completed in the Skills USA California State Leadership and Skills Conference. Skills USA is a premier event showcasing the state's most highly skilled CTE students, with over 4,000 students competing in 120 skilled and leadership competitions. This event is a testament to the excellence and relevance of career technical education. The championships are a crucial part of a year-long process that begins at regional levels. Winners are not only receive gold, silver, and bronze medals, but also scholarships. The gold medalist qualifies for the national conference in June. At the California State Championship, Ben and Abraham competed in the collision repair technology portion of the event, and their talents were recognized, with Ben receiving the gold medal and Abraham receiving the silver medal. This is an incredible achievement that highlights the exceptional skill and dedication of each Ben and Abraham, fostered, of course, with Santana High School's Career Technical Education program. The city of Santee would like to recognize Ben and Abraham and the Santana High School's Auto Body program for their wins at the Skills USA Championship, and wish both of them the best luck at the national level.
So, I'm Ben Sikora. It's kind of weird because our names are like that close together. I'm a local guy. Grew up here in Santee. Went to West Hills. Started working in collision for someone that a lot of you probably know, Greg Carter Collision Service. I got a chance a few years ago to take over this program, kind of bring it back from the dead, because it was it was closed for 1 year. So I've never been prouder professionally. These guys are awesome. They did such a great job. Remember them, because they're not just going to be tech someday working in a body shop. They're going to be future leaders here in the community.
Choke them up.
Hold on.
Choke them up.
Hey, Ben, just remember, it's your emotion and your pride that brings all that out. And we embrace that with you.
And look at their hair. God,
They
remember
already
when I
look
had
like
hair like
geeks.
that? It was so cool. We also have for Santana, we have a proclamation, whereas career technical education is a type of education program that prepares students for careers in special technical and occupational fields. And whereas career technical education combines academic knowledge with hands-on training and real-world experience, equipping students with the skills and knowledge needed for various job roles. And whereas career technical education programs can be found in high schools, community colleges, and technical schools, and whereas Santana High School's amazing career technical education program, auto body repair and refinishing, is celebrating major success. And whereas in recent Skills USA state championships for collision repair technology, one Santana student won gold and another earned silver. And whereas these incredible achievements highlight the education put forth by staff in Santana High School's career technical education program. Now, therefore, I, Rob McNelson, on behalf of John Minto, the mayor, and all of the city council, on behalf of, do hereby proclaim that Santana High School's career technical education program receives due recognition and commendations for its dedication to building and fostering exceptional skills for its students and providing top-tier, real-world training that leads to outstanding results.
Good job.
Thank you guys so much for staying in with all this. I know it was a lot before this meeting got started. Again, our condolences to these two sweet people. I know you've got more stuff to get onto, but you're more than welcome to stay.
Mr. Berghoff, thank you for wearing pants tonight.
Thank you all so very, very much.
Ben,
Thanks for everybody that came out.
can I, real quick, you want to see how they can make donations? I think they need donations to go to the, go ahead and talk at the mic up front here.
We're working on collecting some funding through we're selling T-shirts and asking for donations to get Ben to the national competition. It's, multiple flights, multiple hotel rooms. We're out there for a week for this competition. If you go to the Santana High School website and click the link to the store, you can find a link that goes directly to Santana Auto Body, and that's our ASB account. 100% of those funds go straight to the program. Which we will be using for the national competition and then again for the regional and state competition next year. So,
Okay, and I think you needed about $3,000 each.
yeah, we're working. It's going to be, we're spending about $6,000 to get out there. We've done all right so far, but we're still looking for some help if anyone's interested.
When do you need that by?
We fly out June 23rd, so the 22nd.
Well, I think we have a few people in here that can donate for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Get hold of Carter. Call Carter. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got to keep those guys happy because they may need to work on my car sometime. Amazing at that age, they already look like mechanics. All right. Well, let's get on with the show. Well, let's give you a couple minutes to work your way out the door. All right, that takes us to the calendar. Any items to be added, deleted, or reordered on the consent calendar? Ron?
No.
Or?
No.
Dustin?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor?
Not for me, sir.
City Manager?
Nothing.
City Attorney?
No.
Are there any speaker slips?
No, sir.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Yes, I'll make the
Motion to
motion.
approve consent calendar.
No, it's fine. I was happy being the second.
Do I have a motion? Second.
We, please, please vote.
Everybody motioned, everyone second. Let's go. Got that, James?
See, we do have some fun up here.
I did jump in, but I didn't expect you to say second before I did.
Did everybody vote?
Colwell, would you confirm your vote, please?
Yes. Sorry, I was laughing.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, that takes to non-agenda public comment. Do we have any speaker slips?
Yes, sir. We have 2 speakers. The first speaker is Brenda Hammond.
Hi. So I was all set to do some county complaints, but I decided not to give them my energy. So, so here we're going to have fun. This balloon right here yesterday went to 4 different sprouts in 4 different cities, including Santee, in 4 hours. And I still have it. It's fun.
Must not have been on the trolley then.
No. But I still like Trader Joe's. And then I can't wait for the concerts to start, but I'm wondering why. We remember when every night there was a concert in every different city. I mean, there was a different concert in different city. You could go all week. So this year, they seem to all fall on Thursday. And it's not fair for us, right? So here we got Lemon Grove, El Cajon, and Santee on Thursday night. So we get a choice, right?
We did them first.
But Grossmont Center is on Saturday nights, and they have a good thing going. And so I just wanted to share that with you.
We have better music, though.
Well, it depends on what you like. I mean, I'm going to, go to all of them. I'll
That's fair
try.
enough.
But thank you. I can't wait because I love you guys' concerts. They're so much fun. Thank you.
Thanks, Brenda.
The next speaker is Carl Constantino.
Hey, Carl.
I have a couple questions regarding the, you had said at the previous council meeting that there would be more public hearings regarding the Palisades project. I was wondering if there was a schedule or if we knew when they would be. And how will that notification be given? That's question number one. The other question I have is, I had received this notice of availability of the draft environmental impact report for the Palisades Santee concert project. I did a lot of walking around the area, and I talked to a lot of people, mainly on the Walker Trail, because that's where most people I ran into, not so much on Woodside. Nobody knew anything about it. Nobody had received anything like this, and I'm just curious as to how I would have thought that at a minimum within sight radius of the project that people would have been notified, but that doesn't appear to be the case. What constitutes notification? How do we get the word out about this? This is a major project, and people need to know about it.
Well, isn't there a distance requirement?
300 feet.
If you live within 300 feet of a project, you have to be notified.
Okay, well, I don't, and I don't think anybody does, short of that small little trailer park.
Yeah.
So to be honest, I don't know why I got it. I'm glad I did. Whoever thought of sending it to me, thank you.
You must be on somebody's list.
I'm on a lot of people's lists.
So typically, if you request information on it from the city, then they'll add you to that interest list so that you are notified if there's anything updated that comes out about it.
Okay.
If not, the law states it's anything within 300 feet.
Okay. And then back to my original question, when the public hearing is going to be held, how is that notification given out to the public?
Well, it's given out like what you got there. It's via mail, but then again, it's within 300 feet.
So
There will also be notification in the newspaper, and it'll be on an agenda within 72 hours. Usually we post Friday afternoons for the Wednesday. But Carl, if you want to talk to me about it after the meeting, we can make sure that you're notified too. I think you're already on the list, but let's just chat afterwards so that I can give you the information.
Yeah, because 72 hours isn't much to try and round up a lot of the people that would be interested in coming to it.
Yeah, I understand. There's no date set for the hearing at this point, so I don't have more information at this moment, but I can still talk to you about it afterwards.
Okay, thanks.
Of course.
Thanks, Carl. Any other speakers?
No, sir, no other speakers.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to item number 9. Item number 9 is a resolution adopting a list of projects for fiscal year 2025 through 2026 funded by Senate Bill 1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act. Welcome.
Hello. All right. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. This item is regarding adoption of a resolution approving the city's list of Senate Bill 1, or SB 1 projects for the upcoming fiscal year. In 2017, SB 1 created the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Program, which increased fuel taxes and vehicle registration fees to fund local street and road maintenance projects. Revenues collected under SB 1 are deposited by the state controller into the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation account, which are then allocated to jurisdictions across the state. City of Santee's portion of our RMRA funding for the upcoming fiscal year is estimated at $1,565,129. These funds have been allocated to eligible road and local street projects consistent with the city's proposed CIP budgets. In order for the city to receive the RMRA funds, the city must hold a public hearing and submit a list of proposed projects to the state by July 1st. The list of SB 1 funded projects for the upcoming fiscal year include the Bridge Restoration Project, which encompasses bridge, deck sealing, patching, and concrete overlays, the Concrete Repair and Replacement Program involving repairs to curbs, gutters, sidewalks, driveways, and pedestrian ramps, the Pavement Repair and Rehabilitation Project addressing asphalt overlays, patching, and pedestrian ramp improvements, Pavement Roadway Maintenance Project, which includes slurry seals, patching, and concrete repairs, and finally, the citywide crack sealing program, which will be completed prior to the annual pavement repair, rehabilitation, and roadway maintenance projects. Staff recommends council conducts the public hearing and following public testimony, adopt the resolution approving the list of projects funded by the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation account to fulfill SB 1 reporting requirements. This concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
That's why I just
No
I had to look
speakers.
back. And I had a Sour Patch Kid in my mouth. Thank you. There's no speakers for this. Council, any comments?
None from me.
Councilmember Trotter?
No, sir.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. See how that works, Ron? Please vote. All right.
Yes, sir. Motion carried with 4 aye votes. Mayor Minto
Thank you.
absent.
I thought he was back. Number 10, item number 10. Public hearing for tentative map TM 2024-0003 and development review permit DR 2024-0005 for a multifamily residential development consisting of 52 units and related site improvements on a 2.63 acre gross acre parcel located at 7737 Mission Gorge Drive. APN is noted in the file, in a high residential R22 zone from general plan land use designation and finding the project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to the Class 32 infill exemption. Who's our speaker?
Good evening, City Council and Mayor Minto. My name is Austin Silva. I'm a contract planner with the city. I'll be presenting this item to you tonight, which again is a request for a tentative map development review and environmental review to allow the construction of a 2-unit townhome project. The proposed development is located at 7737 Mission Gorge Drive, Mission Gorge Road at the southeast corner of Aubrey Glen Drive and Mission Gorge Road. The site is outlined in red on the aerial map shown on the screen. The site has a high-density zoning designation, or also known as R22. Surrounding uses include a multifamily residential development under construction to the south called Laurel Heights, single-family residential to the east, a Shell gas station to the north, and Aubrey Glen townhomes to the west. This slide shows the project site as seen from Mission Gorge Road on the top left and Aubrey Glen Drive on the bottom right. The site was once used as a retail water bottling and distribution facility, which was the Pure Flow business. In May of 2022, a 96-unit multifamily residential development was approved as an essential housing project. The site has not been used for approximately the last 10 years since Pure Flow ceased operations. This slide shows the layout of the site. The 52 townhomes are dispersed throughout the site in duplex buildings and 1-unit buildings. There are 2 different floor plans with 1,440 square feet and 1,470 square feet. The site will be accessed from Aubrey Glen Drive with a new driveway on the east side. There will be common recreational space provided to include a tot lot, open space lawn areas, and bench seating. 13 guest parking spaces are required, although the applicant is providing 15 guest parking spaces throughout the site, in addition to 12 public parking spaces striped diagonally on the east side of Aubrey Glen Drive. This slide shows the renderings of the one-unit buildings, which feature earth tone stucco colors, brick and stone veneer, windowsill trim, decorative shutters, metal awnings, and S-tile roofing. Each unit would have its own private patio and balconies on the upper floors. And this slide shows the duplex buildings, which are similar architectural style. The maximum height of the buildings is just under 37 feet, which is consistent with the R22 zoning designation, which allows up to 55 feet. This is a rendering of what the site would look like from Mission Gorge Road, looking to the north or to the south. Sorry. And this slide shows a table showing how the project is consistent with the R22 zoning designation. It's consistent with standards including density, lot coverage, setbacks, parking, and open space, recreational open space. The project is exempt from the requirements of CEQA pursuant to the infill development exemption, section 15332. Staff is recommending that the City Council find the proposed project categorically exempt from CEQA and approve tentative map 2024-003 and development review 2024-0005. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. The applicant is also here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. We have 4 speaker slips. Please call the speakers.
The first speaker is Dwayne Pattonade.
Dwayne, you wanted to correct him on the pronunciation of your last name?
The last name is Pattonade. I am the owner of Pleasant Valley Mobile Home Park, which is behind the project that is going to be happening here, and I'm here to talk about the parking. There is the parking that they have proposed here is not just for the new project here. The people at Aubrey Glen across the street are going to be fighting for that too. If you have ever visited the project there, you will see there's got to be 40 cars from Aubrey Glen. They're already parking over there now. So my concern is that they come and they park up in my mobile home park. There's no street parking here. You can't park on Mission Gorge Road. There's a little bit of parking in Aubrey Glen. Cornerstone doesn't have any kind of parking. So everybody's going to be coming into my mobile home park and parking in the street. I've already had to have people move their cars out. So the problem is the parking there. One day I went down and I was talking with somebody from Aubrey Glen down there, and I said, "Why do you guys always parking out here?" And I was surprised by his answer. He says, "I have an F-150." And a Ford F-150 is the most common vehicle sold in the United States. He cannot park it in the garage because the height of the garage is like 2 or 3 inches too short. He said he never would have bought there if he didn't think he could, if he knew he couldn't put his F-150 in his parking space there. So you see, there's lots of. Is this microphone on? Are you guys hearing okay?
Yes.
So my concern is the parking. It's the parking there. The other thing I'm asking about is I didn't see anything about dog relief areas there. Guess where the people from Aubrey Glen and Cornerstone come to relieve their dogs into the mobile home park there. They walk their dogs every evening and they do their business on the mobile home park and then they leave. So the considerate people will pick it up, but I have to pick up a lot of dog mess in the mobile home park there. So I think that's it. So please, if these plans aren't final, think about being considerate to the mobile home park that's in the back there, because the parking is very, very important to us. You can't park on the street there. It's against the fire regulations there. Our streets are under 25 feet, so we don't even allow parking on our street. And all of a sudden, we're going to have all this extra parking. Everybody fighting for all of that parking that's on Aubrey Glen Drive there. So it's something to think about. You should drive by there sometime in the evening and see all those cars are on the Pure Flow site are all from Aubrey Glen. And now you're going to have Aubrey Glen, this new development here, and then Cornerstone. I don't know. Cornerstone is stalled. They're not finishing their building right now. But when they get complete.
The next speaker is Jessica Palmer.
Thanks, Dwayne. Sorry, I didn't get your name. Can you repeat it for us, please?
Hi, yeah, my name is Jessica Palmer, and I myself am a homeowner at Lower Heights, actually right in, I guess, behind where that empty lot is. And I have similar concerns about parking and traffic and those things going on there. It is crazy. It's a major thoroughway already, and so in order to have 52 more residents, which is not even, probably double that if you have more than one person living in a unit, and their vehicles there too, was a huge concern of mine. I know it's zoned for a very heavily dense residential area. However, you look at it, it's already pretty dense in residential areas. So as a citizen and a resident, I would like to make those concerns made known. And I don't know if you guys ever get any sort of business proposals or anything. Something that might serve the community better is a restaurant or a cafe or coffee house, even a dog park or something, for the same concerns, because we have people from Aubrey Glen come up to our area as well. And I'm not sure, I pay the HOA fees there, so it's gross to me that there's poop and more things that I have to already deal with. And to invite 100 more neighbors to do the same thing, I'm just not excited about it. But yeah, this is my first time here. I'm so excited to meet you guys because I do vote for you on the thing. And the beginning of the meeting was so great, encouraging the high schoolers. I'm an aspiring high school teacher, and I just thank you for your time and your consideration as well.
Well, thanks and welcome.
The next speaker is Corey.
Welcome.
Hello. I'm nervous and not
Speak
prepared.
into the mic, and you don't have to be nervous. Just talk to like we're your old friend.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I wish I was more prepared, but I do live in the Aubrey Glen townhomes, and I agree the parking is extremely limited in the whole area. But, and this may just be an issue for me and not others, but I did want to bring it to your attention that when you're driving down Aubrey Glen Drive, and you can either turn right or left. And turning left can be very, very challenging during busy morning and afternoon times because people are coming down Mission Gorge Road. There's no red light on that Father Junipero. You can start getting some speed down that hill. And then there's just Mission Gorge Road gets busier every year. I've lived in Aubrey Glen for 17 years. So when you're on our Aubrey Glen Drive, trying to turn left onto Mission Gorge Road, I mean, I've heard crashes. I've heard accidents. I've seen the accidents that have happened there. I don't know if there's a way to determine or get a record of how many accidents have occurred right there on Aubrey Glen Drive, Mission Gorge Road, where a person is turning left. I'm sure if this development has gone this far, it's already been determined that that's safe. But just maybe to get the records now so we can compare and contrast after Laurel Heights has been finished development, I think 80 some homes there, and then this new development, 50, and then ×2 for the cars. So it's just something I wanted to bring to your attention and be proactive and maybe prevent an accident somehow. Let's see if there's anything else. I guess I just wanted to know if there was any other exit than Aubrey Glen Drive for everybody in that area, and it doesn't sound like there is because the shell is right there and it's blocked off. You can only exit off Aubrey Glen Drive. Also, if you're in Aubrey Glen townhomes, there's Bassett Lane where that's one of the 2 exits to get out of our townhome complex. You're turning to the left. So with all these people, there may be a backup of people trying to turn left off Aubrey Glen Drive, but then we're trying to get out of our complex. It may be hard for us to even get out of our complex and to get in that lane. It's just something, if you guys want to drive there during busy traffic times and look at it from all angles, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey.
The final speaker slip is from Brooke Miller.
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I'm Brooke Miller, Land Use Legal Counsel. I'm here with the applicant team. I just wanted to say hello and let you know that the team is here along with myself to answer any questions. And I'll just reiterate for the record, as staff has done a great job introducing the project, that it is consistent with the zoning, it meets all the development standards, it is housing where you planned for housing, and is entitled to protections under state law for that reason. Again, any questions that you have, we are here to answer those. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go on, for those that have come out to speak tonight, I just wanted to make it aware. A lot of people don't understand what happens up here with us, but this is what we call a quasi-judicial hearing, so that we take testimony, which is what we just did, and then we have evidence, which is some of the drawings and things of that nature. And so what we do is we apply the land use laws to how we make a determination of whether to go forward with this or not. So tonight, you may not hear everything you want to hear, or you might not get everything that you want, but we have to do that to apply it to use the law and apply it, and also keeping in consideration private property rights. So that just so that everybody knows why and when questions and things that occur up here, what's happening. So do I have any questions from council? Okay, Laura.
Yeah, so I want to thank everybody for their comments, and I'm familiar with the area that you're talking about, and I agree. I live in District 3, which that's what we call where we all live, that area of town. And I was mentioning to the city manager yesterday, all the infill projects, which by state law, they are allowed to happen on the parcels zone for housing, they do seem to be happening a lot in our area. And you have noticed, as I have noticed, that Mission Gorge on that side of town is pretty rough. Part of the reason is because that water treatment facility construction has been happening on our side of town. And the good news is Mission Gorge and the potholes will be fixed. But it still doesn't alleviate the feedback that you gave, especially the Aubrey Glen left turn and the question about how many accidents. So we definitely can get that data for everyone and look at a traffic study, because I know on a map it's one thing, but then the reality is the life you live every day driving in that side of town. And although I agree, I'd love to see a restaurant or something really cool over there. It is zoned for housing, so perhaps there's another lot in our side of town that could be developed for something like that. We have a couple of fun little places down there, but we definitely could use something else. I was also surprised to hear about the F-150 not fitting into a garage at Aubrey Glen. I don't think that's the case on the newer developments, but it sounds like Aubrey Glen's been around for a long time, at least 17 years, maybe longer. So I do have a question for the applicant, a couple of questions. The first one is, can an F-150 type vehicle, an East County type vehicle, fit in the garage?
Depending on how raised it is?
Not Rob's, but somebody else's, a normal. And then my second question, I also agree with the dog walking concerns. And it seems like a lot of people, I don't know, maybe it's everywhere, but they do own dogs. And I live in a neighborhood where I have the one tree on the block, and so all the dogs come and, but everybody cleans up. I have great neighbors. But it would be very frustrating if I was a property owner and I was cleaning up after, somebody else's mess. So I don't know if city staff can do something about that, or I don't know what the solution is there, but I wonder why the applicant did a little tot lot kind of playground versus having a dog area, and what the reasoning behind that was. So those are the garage and not having a dog area. Those are my two questions about the. Yes, I would like those answered now.
So let's have you come up and see if you answer those questions.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm John Abood, Senior Vice President with KB Home. Yes, our garages are capable of fitting trucks and vehicles. We're built to a 20 by 20 minimum standard garage door height that can accommodate those vehicles. Our ground level will be a 9-foot plate height, so there should be plenty of room within that garage. We build a lot of communities at the same height at the ground level.
What is the garage door header at 7 foot or 8 foot?
I think it's an 8-foot header, 16-foot door.
Yeah, 16 foot wide, 8-foot header, and then 9-foot plate on your garage.
Correct. As far as the use of the tot lot, that is designed to meet the needs of the residents that we see in our communities. Even here in Santee, we're building it right down the road at Prospect Gardens, and then there's also just guidelines in the code in terms of what is desired to be in those, and I don't believe that like a dog walk attains the same type of credits or a goal within the code. We do always include, and the plans do show it like a pet waste station, so people like walk their dogs, even if they take it to that artificial turf, all the material is there for them to clean up after their dogs, but it's not an enclosed dog park. And then all of the homes will have a small private yard space on the side. It's not where they would walk their dog, but it's certainly where they could take their dog out to do its business and clean up without going into the community or the community beyond. And then again, the parking on Aubrey Glen, I know it wasn't one of your questions, Councilmember Koval, but we're dedicating, there's dedication of width into Aubrey Glen, and there's the additional, I believe, 12 diagonal spaces that are not for the community, but they're for the broader neighborhood of Aubrey Glen, Laurel Heights and Townsend. Okay, thank you.
Real quick question for you while you're might as well stay up there for a minute. Are these going to be similar to what you did down on Prospect?
Similar, just smaller and hopefully more affordable.
Okay, great.
Right.
Thanks.
Right.
Ron, you have some questions?
Not yet.
Go ahead.
My big concern really doesn't concern you on this one. Are they all electric? Or are they all?
All electric.
Is there a EV in the garage?
I think it's pre-wired. There's no. I don't think there's a pre-wired. No.
Pre-wired is
Yeah.
what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
On that one. I know that when I did my ride along with the sheriff's deputies a while back, we sat up there at the Highlands with our little. I didn't do it. He did it with its speed check. Everybody coming over that hill, the speed limit's 55, and he goes, basically they were 65, 64, 73. So everybody coming over that hill was coming down pretty fast. And what the lady was talking about, is there anything we can do for traffic mitigation over there? And I don't see the Benji here tonight.
Right now we are signalized at both intersections, but I think it's more of a case of enforcement. We'd have to work probably with the sheriff's office more closely. We could look at it, traffic calming measures and things like that.
That's what I was
Those are
looking
other
for,
options
sir.
we can certainly look into.
Traffic calming measures is what I was thinking, because they were, and I've been guilty of that. I've come over that thing at 60, and I know that sheriffs sit there, so I immediately slow down. So.
Hey, this is a quasi-judicial hearing, but you do have a right to remain silent.
That's true, and I should. I haven't.
He just lacks the ability.
That's right. So that's one thing I wanted to check on is just mitigation. And Laura asked a question on the garages too. As long as they can fit their expeditions in there, we're fine.
Yeah, and just a point on the garages as well. Our CCNRs, the regulations for the community always include the enforcement of
Parking in the garage.
Yeah, best of the HOA's ability to enforce that people are parking in the garage regardless of what vehicle they own. They're certainly entitled to drive what they need to, but they should park it in the garage. That's why there's 2 spaces.
All right, thank you.
Did you have anything?
Sure. So you just said that there is signalization there at Aubrey. I didn't think so.
There is not, but directly to the west, we have signalized intersections, and to the east. But the reality is options are traffic calming. We can certainly look at measures, but this project doesn't contribute to this traffic and those problems that council member
I agree that this one in particular does not, but there's been a lot of development around that area that together may. I know you've done a traffic study and said, well, it doesn't degrade the intersection by whatever the letter grade it is now to anything lower than that, but this is something, and I understand when you're coming down off Mission Gorge and people are moving quite fast and it's a 2-lane road, getting across there, especially making a left turn without a signal is probably difficult at best, especially during peak traffic hours. I'd like to start looking at that intersection, though, for signalization. Obviously, not as a requirement of this, but I want to start looking towards that because as we have developed more there, that's something that I could see more issues becoming apparent. It just once again, if this was cars going uphill instead of downhill, we may not have the exact same situation, but they are coming down off of a steep peak of Cowles Mountain there, and moving stone gathers no moss. It just keeps going. So I'd like to definitely take a look at that for the future.
But Vice Mayor, I don't know if it's possible to take our traffic impact fees and earmark them for something that would be in that district as opposed to the broader city. I don't know if that's a possibility, but it's certainly something.
Yeah, we can't do
Nope, unfortunately not. It's got to be for the betterment of the entire area. I will say that, and just for the residents and the surrounding developments, I don't know if you noticed the slide up there, but what's allowed and what they've actually developed is far less than the density that they absolutely could have developed, and we could not have stopped because of state laws. So anytime that you're close to public transit and things of that nature, there's not a whole lot that city council can do. We have, I will say that you've done a far better job than a lot of others when it comes to the aesthetics of the buildings, so I appreciate that. I appreciate that you are doing at least an 8-foot header on the garage, not a 7, because that's where it gets real tight with anything, any kind of SUV of any kind. So there should be plenty of room there, even if you've got a 4-inch lift, like I have in my shoes. And you're still way taller than me. But I do appreciate the fact that you haven't tried to really overdo this, and you're going to still hopefully put out a product that's reasonable to today's standards when it comes to price point. The parking that you're doing on Aubrey Glen, you're doing an angled parking for this, correct? Right now, parking's allowed there, but it's just curbside parking, correct?
Yeah.
How many? I know you can't tell because it's not a measured thing, but approximately how many parking spaces will be added by doing the angled parking here?
Well, 12 will be added for the angled, but prior to the angled, at 20 feet, you cut that definitely in half or more because of the driveways existing to pier flow. So, I haven't counted them, but you're in the neighborhood of 5 to 6.
Okay, so I mean, it's not something that's changing the world by any means, but it's better than it was for sure.
Correct, and the developer is committed to doing the dedication and the widening, and it just happens so be the dedicating and the widening allows for the angle parking, which increases the ability to park more vehicles.
The density of the parking there.
Yes. Okay.
When it comes to the standards of dogs being walked and things of that nature, we already have laws on the books already for that, for littering. That's for vehicles parking where they shouldn't be parking. There's laws on the books for that. It's terrible that you have to do that. You have to call law enforcement for something of that nature, but I know it's horrendous. You shouldn't have to do it. You shouldn't have to do it, but the reason that you have to do it is because there's a reason we have to have these laws, because not everybody does what's right all the time. So if you don't say something, nothing will ever get done. So unfortunately, it does become a burden to the surrounding homeowners to make those phone calls to law enforcement or code enforcement, depending upon what it may be, to get something accomplished there. It's the burden of enforcing that isn't with a new developer. It's within our law enforcement and code enforcement. It's not the developer's obligation to do that. It's ours at the city. So if we don't get the phone calls, we don't know. So please make those phone calls. And yes, more and more and more and more. It's the only squeaky wheel gets the oil. I hate to say that, but that's the reality of life. If we don't know there's a problem, we assume everything is just going great. So we need your help to let us know when there is an issue. I think I've kind of covered everything here.
Well, I'm sure Dustin will cover some other things.
So I did see the dog waste stations in the park there. Just looking through the where the tot lot is and the things there. So there's some consideration for those type of things that we're just talking about. Obviously, for people to do the responsible thing and to do the right thing. Are the building plans not done yet? We have elevations and floor plans with no cross sections or anything yet? Where are we at?
Yeah, they're just we're at the conceptual stage. So after approval, we would proceed with construction documents.
Okay.
But I mean, we've built product very similar. We could attempt to answer a question if you had one.
Well, just looking at some of these floor plans and some of the things, there's just some inaccuracies, but they're not done, so they're not done. So it's fine.
Make the motion to approve staff recommendation.
Yeah, is there a second?
I'll second. You just got bullied into seconding something?
Pretty much.
Well, I'm just going to ask a question before
Please.
we vote. The property between the Shell station and the project, what is going to separate all that? right now I know there's only a curb and maybe, a little drainage area. What, is there going to be a block wall or?
Block wall.
A block, is that typical 5 to 6 foot?
I think it's
wall?
a 6-foot wall.
6-foot wall. Are there going to be any, is there, the reason why I ask this is because it would be very convenient for people to be able to go through a gate to get to the store if they wanted to, or one of the restaurants there. Otherwise, they're going to be walking a long ways around, or they'll be taking a car to go all the way around. And if there was some kind of ingress or egress there, it might make it more convenience for the people living there.
Yeah, I mean, on the northern portion, there's side yards for 4 of the homes. But, I mean, we're not opposed to providing a ingress or egress there. I think as you get to the south side of that, though, it's I believe it's the back of that building. It would be where the other location could be to punch through that wall. But, I mean, we're not enclosing the entire site, so it's not as if the wall is presenting an enclosure for the community. So we're open to that concept as long as path of travel and, ADA guidelines are all being upheld.
Yeah, I would suggest that, Carl or Sandy, that maybe we look at that as part of the, plan, because I know we did that down at where the Sprouts is. I think at one time, Rob, were you here for that? Gary, were you here for that? Holy mackerel, that was a long time ago, wasn't it? We actually did that for the mobile home park because, especially if there was a senior that was there, it was a lot easier for him to get to and from the...
To walk straight through instead of all the way around.
Yeah, so we appreciate that. Okay, I
Actually,
think that's...
you brought up one more thing. I just want to make another comment. It reminded me. Somebody in the audience had mentioned, why not put a restaurant there or something of that nature. And once again, the reality is we don't get to say that. We don't own the property. The property owner owns the property. They're going to sell it to whatever the zoning allows for, and the zoning for this one is actually residential. But there are a number of properties around there that could technically be used for licensed small grocery stores, coffee shops, things of that nature. But nobody's buying that right now. So until somebody's ready, willing, and able to buy that and then develop it, once it's done, we'll be happy to approve it. But until that, we don't get to tell somebody, well, you have to sell it to a grocery store or a cafe or whatever. It's your private property rights, and we're here to defend those for a private property owner. So I just want to make sure that got out there, because I hear it all the time. I got told all the time for years and years and years, you need to bring a Trader Joe's to Santee. And God, I would love to, but they didn't want to come for a long time, so there's nothing we could do about it. They have to want to do it, and they have to want to come, and finally, we just got lucky. Happened to be Trader Joe's that did finally show up. So, all right, I'll shut up.
So, just to let you know, too, a lot of people wonder why we don't build something across from the Treviso in that big open lot along West Hills. Bottom line is that's the city of San Diego, and we have no control over it. Even West Hills Parkway, that street, is the city of San Diego. That's why we can't do any work on it. So if any of your neighbors talk about that, now you have some trivia that you can impress them with. Or complain about, yeah. So, all right then, I have a motion and a second, and thanks a lot, I appreciate it. I have a motion and a second, let's please vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, everybody, for your testimony. We heard you, and we're going to do what we can with it. Okay, that takes us to item number 11, which is approve an amendment to the cannabis retail business application process. Sean.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. In March of 2024, the City Council adopted the cannabis retail business application procedures. At that time, it was uncertain how many applicants you would get. There was some concern you would get 40, 50 applications. So at the time, the procedures were written to put a cap on the number of applicants that would proceed to the final phase, which is phase 4 of the council interviews. And so the current procedures limit the number of applicants that go to phase 4 to not more than 10. But knowing that the situations could change, you also included in your procedures a specific reservation of your rights to modify the procedures depending on how things progressed. When we opened up the applications, the city received a significant number, but a more manageable number of 16 applications. All of those applications have now proceeded to phase 3 of the process. And to give the council the full range of options to make its selection, and also to just help this process move forward in a timely fashion. It's currently planned to kind of culminate in early July with the phase 4 process being completed. It's our recommendation that the council update the procedures to allow all of the qualified candidates who have submitted applications and gone through the process to move on to phase 4. And so we have proposed to you a very minor amendment to your procedures that's on page 6 of the procedures. Again, formally it said no more than 10 applicants will advance to phase 4, and we're now recommending that you modify that to say that all qualified applicants, as determined by the city manager, will advance to phase 4. You have previously established an ad hoc committee to kind of help with these issues. We have met with the members of that committee, which is the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Koval. We've reviewed this with the members of the subcommittee, and they've supported this change. So we do recommend that you make this change and approve this tonight, and then we would the process would move forward so that all qualified applicants would come to you in early July for your final decision. So happy to answer any questions. That ends the report.
Okay, thank you. We do not have any speaker slips on this. Council comments or questions? Anything from the ad hoc committee?
I would just like to add that we had one comment letter on this, or email on this, and there was a concern that moving this forward, as our city attorney suggested, would slow down the process and create more staff work. But the phase 3 interview process and all that staff times, it's already been completed. So really, we're just trying to actually speed up the process versus bog it down.
Great, thank you.
Motion to approve, staff recommendation.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Nope.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
That takes us to item number 12, which is a feasibility study for the construction of a 4th fire station in Northeast Santee. Chief, and congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Mayor Minto, Vice Mayor McNellis, members of the council. Tonight's item is an update on the status of the feasibility study for constructing a 4th fire station in the northeast portion of the city of Santee. Back on February 12th, the council appropriated $34,000 to utilize an existing public service agreement, professional service agreement with Core Design Group to study the feasibility of locating a fire station in the northeast corner of Woodland Vista Park. Staff also was directed to consider other locations in the northeastern portion of the city that may also serve as suitable fire station locations, and council directed staff to determine if there were any land use restrictions on Woodland Vista Park that would prohibit the city from operating a fire station at that facility prior to expending any funds. So tonight we're here with just an update of the progress to date. The first map I'll bring up, so this shows the 4-minute response reach analysis for the city of Santee from our soon-to-be 3 fire station facilities. This does include temporary Station 20, which we're expecting to open this summer. So all the areas shaded in red, we have a 4-minute, or will soon have a 4-minute drive analysis from the location. You see the dark red areas in the center of the screen are actually areas that we have some overlap. So along the kind of busiest central quarter of our city, we do have some overlap with Station 20 and 4 and their response times. And you'll notice the southwestern portion of the city is served significantly better than it was prior to the opening of this temporary station. That brings us, to where we are now and looking at the northeast section of our city and how do we address the coverage gap in that area. Staff looked at 5 sites in addition to the Woodland Vista site with response analysis of what our response time would be from hypothetical locations. So the first one was at the northeast end of Finita where it currently terminates. As you can see with that site, we just kind of looked to see what impact would that have into the existing infrastructure in our city. It is very minimal and really only affecting the northwest portion. We looked at something at the end of Cuyamaca, where Cuyamaca currently terminates. That does cover areas in the northern end of the city fairly well, but it leaves a large gap as you head down towards El Nepal, Mass Boulevard, and a lot of our existing infrastructure there. Third site we looked at was something at the eastern end of Mast, where the Santee side of Mast terminates near the city border. That does provide some overlap into Station 4 and does cover, again, a lot of that northeast section, but leaves a lot of coverage gaps up along Cuyamaca and still up in the northeast part of the city. City Hall was the original site for the northeast that Chief Matsushita, when he was here, had looked at and first initially proposed. That site does, the site here does provide reasonably well coverage throughout the northeast portion of the city. It does leave some gaps along Mass Boulevard, and as you head towards Station 5's area, so there are some gaps kind of in that central corridor along Mass Boulevard. And then finally, Woodland Vista. And that site, if you'll see the response analysis from Woodland Vista, it really overlays very well with the existing infrastructure we have in this portion of the city, with the areas that we currently are not able to reach within a 4-minute drive time. And of the 5 sites, that really overlays very well over that existing area. And then just this map shows, again, when we talk about Woodland Vista, we're looking at the former ball field that's where that black X is, right at the bend of Kerrigan Street, which would have access onto Kerrigan, and Kerrigan would be the station driveway location right there at the bend of Kerrigan. At this point, I'm going to turn the presentation over to our city attorney to give an update on the park deed and staff's research into that.
Thank you, Chief, and again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. As the Chief mentioned in February when this came to you, we asked that we be given the opportunity to take a look at the property history so that you weren't moving forward with something that we would ultimately say later, oh, by the way, you can't use it for that purpose. So we were hoping for a very clean kind of a yes or no answer. And as you'll hear in a second, we really kind of got more of a maybe. And so here's the basic history. The county actually acquired this site in the 1970s, and they purchased it at fair market value, so it wasn't dedicated to them, but they did purchase it for a park purpose. And when the city of Santee incorporated in 1980, as part of the process of transferring property and the incorporation process, the county ultimately what's called quitclaimed the property to the city. So basically, whatever rights they had, they gave to the city. But in that quitclaim deed, they did include a requirement, and the city agreed by accepting the deed, that we would maintain the area for a public park, amusement, or recreational area. So if that condition is violated, then at least per the terms of the quitclaim deed, the property could revert back to the county. Now, I mean, a fire use of a portion of the park could be deemed to be entirely consistent with the public park or a recreational area. The park isn't going to be going away. In many ways, you could conceive of a fire station being there as being an asset to the park and creating a safer area in the park, and could be a lot of benefits associated with that. So you could make the argument that this use would be consistent with that requirement, but out of abundance of caution, our recommendation to the city is to work with the county, review this issue with the county, and essentially get county concurrence with the view that this use would be consistent with that deed restriction. So there wasn't an argument later, after you've invested money in building a temporary fire station and maybe a permanent station there, you didn't get an argument later on that, oh, by the way, you can't use it for that purpose. So Our recommendation is that you direct the city manager or whomever you think is appropriate to go and meet with the county and try to get county concurrence, and that would give you the level of comfort to know that this is a place where you can invest your resources in pursuing a temporary or permanent fire station here. So unfortunately, that's our conclusion. It's, at least it's not a no, it's not a flat no, but it definitely needs more investigation and work to get the county on board with this, to be fully comfortable with moving forward with this, using a portion of the park for this purpose. So that ends my portion of the report.
Thank you. We do not have any speaker slips. Council comments or questions? No, I think that we don't need an ad hoc committee to look at this.
No, I don't think so, not at this point, but I certainly don't. I mean, I'd feel much better hearing from our city attorney that they got actual written clearance from the county before we spend, $40,000 on a study. Not to say that, it's $40,000 is like a ton in the great scheme of things, but it's still $40,000. Yep. And I'd hate for them to go, and especially with our past experience with the county on some of these things, I'd feel much better at having a writing before we do anything further on that. And, I'm looking at the coverage, and Chief Harley here, gosh. Wallace, I know. I've just always called him Harley for so long. I've known him so long. Just call you Chief. Chief, I appreciate the overlay of the coverage areas, and yes, I can see that Woodland Vista does definitely cover a little bit better than the City Hall version. I still have reservations on the Woodland Vista side for two reasons. One, that road going in and out, it's tight. It's right at a corner, and it's in one of the most densely populated areas of my district because it's all condos around there. And so, which brings the third issue of, for safety of both the fire team as well as our residents, it's getting out of there. You're going to have to make sure that everybody knows you're coming out of there. And how do you do that? Turning those sirens on. And you're doing it in the most densely populated area. And unfortunately for you guys, people don't schedule their fires and emergencies always at reasonable times. So if you live in that area, that's going to be a heck of a culture clash from what you've lived in or lived around for the last 25, 30 years. So I've really got a real headache with that, with those aspects of that part. However, on the safety side, looking at the overlay, I could see that, yeah, it's, you may be able to shave off 30 seconds or a minute by having it there versus having it at City Hall. I just definitely want to look at that in the future after we get written approval, in my opinion, from our city attorney.
I know the feasibility study is for this site in particular we're talking about, but you mentioned obviously the 4 or 5 other locations. Have we talked to Core about, doing a feasibility study on all of it, so to say, instead of just one particular site? What is the best site? What is the options that we have?
So we have talked to Core about what they would be able to do with the $34,000 that we have appropriated, and they would be able to include some analysis of City Hall. We did not specifically ask about the other sites. We actually, the last slide we have is the staff recommendations. And our recommendation is to continue to consider both Woodland Vista and City Hall as potential viable sites, but based on our internal GIS analysis at this point, to eliminate the north end of Finita, the north end of Cuyamaca, and the east end of Mast from consideration, just based on what we've been able to determine how they would cover. And the last recommendation being to have staff obtain county's concurrence that a fire station would be acceptable. So, in the conversations with Core, they would also work to look at City Hall and how this site could function as well.
So, let's talk about, I agree with you, actually, that the first two options, into Finita and into Cuyamaca, are probably not viable options. But City Hall, we own the land here. Into Mass Boulevard, we own the land there, right? And Woodland Vista. So, when we do this 4-minute study, from into Mass Boulevard, who's the engineer driving? Is it Engineer Campbell or Walking Horse? Who's driving to get to that 4 minutes?
That's a drive time analysis based on the speed limits for the area. So that is, assuming normal driving conditions. Some of our engineers could shave that down a little bit in a safe manner.
Of course, in a safe manner, but
especially the two gentlemen sitting here in the audience.
That part of Mass Boulevard obviously is pretty wide open. That's what I'm saying. So you can get a little bit further, I think, in 4 minutes than particularly what the map shows. But what do I know? Just
You have to plan for the worst and hope for the best.
Of course. So my thought is the same. Obviously, I don't want to spend any money until we have a direct, answer from the county, number one, for that particular location. But I'm agree with the vice mayor. I'm not sure that, personally, I'm not sure that location is the best, but we need to find a location. Yeah. So we need to figure this out. What is the best location? What's our options? What is the timelines that it's going to take? What's the cost going to be, to do something? And, if we got to tear down the building at City Hall, then so be it. Let's do it and let's get it done. Let's stop talking about it, right?
And that, Councilmember Trotter, I believe, if we can get the county's concurrence, we can ask them to analyze. They'll look at those different options. They will also help us analyze this City Hall property and help answer those questions once we can move forward.
I know you're pitted into figuring this out as you go forward, but it's like Station 20. This is taking a lot longer than we all expected to get that up and running, and hopefully we don't see the same timelines for this fourth station that we saw with Station 20,
But as you said, if we don't get started now, it's never going to happen. So
I get a bulldozer out tomorrow and get 8 down.
Can't get the permits that quickly.
Well, gosh, I'm going to leave that alone.
Laura?
Crazy thing happened in the middle of the night. So weird.
We have an FAA issue over here?
So I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation. And my question is, has anybody preemptively talked to the county? How will the conversation with the county happen? Is it attorney to attorney, staff to staff, city? Let us know.
So the intent at this point is to begin the conversation at the political level, and then once that initial conversation occurs, then we will meet with staff to staff.
Political level's great. Looks better.
I suggested the ad hoc committee. I'll second it.
All right, then. Motion second, please vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thanks, Chief. Not too bad for your first time as the chief. All right, that takes us to item number 13, which is a second reading and adoption of an ordinance amending Chapter 2.40 of the Santee Municipal Code pertaining to election campaign finance and control. City Clerk.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. This item is for the second reading and adoption of an ordinance that would set the rounded limit for the campaign contributions at $1,000. Additionally, at the May 14th City Council meeting, Council directed staff to bring back additional information related to separate campaign contributions for City Council candidates versus mayor candidates. Since 2018, the city has conducted by-district elections, which divides the city into 4 different districts. As outlined in the comparison report provided with your agenda packet, based on the 2020 census and the redistricting process, each district has approximately 15,000 residents, with a varying number of registered voters in each district. The mayor does remain at large and is elected by the entire city. Staff also conducted research and provided a comparison for other San Diego cities for campaign contributions as outlined in the report and in this slide. At present, the cities of Carlsbad and San Diego have separate contribution limits for mayor candidates as compared to city council candidates. At this time, staff would request that council conduct the second reading and adopt the ordinance presented with the agenda packet, and then give staff additional time to conduct some broader research across California and to bring back an item in the future at a future council meeting with more information for separate campaign contributions, and staff is available for questions.
Speaker slips?
No, sir.
Thank you. Council comments or questions? So I don't have any on the council amount. I know that the last 10 years, trying to raise money to run a campaign is becoming more and more difficult. Just getting those big signs that you see out there, which it's too bad we have to get those because that's nothing but blight, in my opinion. But when they're costing, several $100s now, just for a few of them, makes it pretty hard. You get one contribution that buys you 2 signs, and you need to be able to communicate. And I know there's been some recent court cases that talk about the campaign contribution limits being associated with a First Amendment right to be able to communicate and talk to the constituents. So I think that the $1,000 is a fair amount of money to raise. And so, and I know this is one of the things I wanted to bring forward. So I'll actually make do the motion and move that we accept the staff recommendation. And then I would direct that the city clerk bring back more information regarding the mayor. And unless the idea is that maybe we would like to include just a number in the mayor's contribution limit tonight, which I'm more than happy to accept that. And then I can tell you, first of all, what my opinion on that is that $3,600 probably would be appropriate, because when we talk about having to cover an area 4 times that of what a council member does, it could have been even higher. But I think this is a good starting point.
I was thinking 25, but I'm fine with 36. So. Now, I know it used to be personal. Is it still just personal?
Contributions can only be accepted from a personal, by personal check or a professional, and it has to be from their
And do we want to look into maybe some business, or?
What do you think, Sean?
That's up to the council. I mean, you have a long-standing provision that limits it to personal, persons, or limited to your professional corporations. So, and because some professionals are just corporations as well, yeah. So that's always been your situation, and we can bring back, I guess when the clerk brings some information back, we're happy to bring some information back about maybe different options there. But at least tonight, our recommendation is to move forward as presented and allow us to bring you back information.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea, because that way we can see what other cities are doing and how they're handling that. Because the concern has always been, undue influence or even corruption, and that's really a concern of mine also. However, if we're not seeing that, because it's pretty tough to get corrupted over a small amount of money, although some people do. Would like to at least look at that. So that is a good recommendation. What do you guys think about the mayor's contribution limit? And before I say, Sean, can we just add that in here tonight, or do we have to bring that back also?
You would need to bring that back.
Okay.
We'd bring a different ordinance back to deal with that issue.
All right. Well, then we don't even need to consider that tonight then. We'll just bring it back and consider it at another time then.
Yes, that's
So
right.
Forget the idea about the amount.
Already forgotten.
So I was absent in the last meeting, so I just wanted, if we could recap. The only change we're proposing is to go from the contribution limit of 700 to 1,000.
Correct.
Just no changes in any.
That's it.
anything
That's
else, right?
correct.
Okay. So I understood, but I was absent, so I want to make sure there wasn't anything else that was
And I'll
discussed.
second that motion.
Okay. So that's the motion. Is there a second? Oh, you just seconded it. Thank you. So
He'll third it.
you guys are killing me tonight.
One of those nights.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. All right, that takes us to item number 14, which is new business, a resolution determining a distillery. I said that almost like I've been participating in the distillery. To be a permitted use in the industrial districts on a basis of similarity to uses specifically listed. Maddie, welcome.
Thank you so much.
Motion to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
Third.
Fourth.
Any speaker slips?
No, sir.
Thank you. Please vote.
Great job.
Good job, Maddie.
Motion carries unanimously.
That should be easy for you to remember her name.
Yes.
All right. That takes us to item number 15, which is a presentation of the proposal capital improvement program for fiscal years 2026 through 2030. And Heather, you're going first, right?
I'm going first, yes. So good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and City Council members. This is the City of Santee's fiscal year 2026 through 2030 proposed capital improvement program. So the purpose of the CIP is to serve as a multi-year planning tool for the infrastructure and other capital needs of the city. It assists the City Council with setting priorities for the allocation of limited resources. It identifies unfunded needs, helps staff manage workloads, project schedules, and budget, and establishes the appropriated CIP budget for the first 2 years. So in this proposed CIP program, we have a total of 76 projects. The total estimated budget is $455.6 million. The projects are divided up into 5 categories. We've got circulation, drainage, facilities, parks, and others. The pie chart, the pie chart on the left shows the budget distribution by project type. So in the CIP program, 127.9 million is funded. This is almost half of the total projects in the CIP. So 35 projects are fully funded. 327.7 million are unfunded. Excuse me, I've got my verbs wrong. Is unfunded. 18 projects are partially unfunded, and 23 projects are completely unfunded. Of the 327.7 million, 154.4 is would be potentially grant funding or grant funds. The CIP is funded primarily with restricted funding sources, so you'll see development impact fees, developer contributions, Transnet, gas tax, which is both the old regular gas tax and RMRA as well. Grants, and then other sources, which include things like we have a federal appropriation and SANDAG appropriation in our Highway 52 project, and other sources like PEG fees and roadway lighting district fees, and some donations from the San Diego Foundation. The CIP is also funded by the general fund. In the first 2 years of the CIP program, we have 9.9 million appropriated and funded. A lot of this is from carryover projects that are current projects in the current CIP, including the pavement and repair and maintenance, 2.6 million, community center, 1.5 million, operations center upgrades, 962 or 26,000, storm drain trash diversion, 434,000, broadband infrastructure improvement, 990,000, and then the financial management system upgrade of 1 million. The new projects that were added that are general fund funded include CMP replacement program. There's a general fund component in it in this CIP. This is 250,000 for year 1 and year 2, so a total of 500,000. Video camera trails and park, 269,000. The Weston Park Playground Shade Structure, 180,500. Artificial turf set aside, we've got 150 programmed in year 1 and year 2. And the fire station for maintenance, 299,500. And the asset management program of 250,000. So the first set of projects are the circulation projects. We've got 30 projects in this group with a project budget of $254.7 million. Paving projects that are funded through fiscal year 26-27, this is years 1 and 2, include pavement roadway maintenance and pavement repair and rehab. The total combined funded amount is $7.4 million. In the pavement program within the CIP, the 5-year unfunded amount is about $9.1 million. Traffic signal and communication upgrades at isolated intersections is $1.3 million, and this is funded. Smart traffic signals, $995,000. This is also funded. Cuimaca Street right turn lane. This project is in construction and totally funded at $2.7 million. And then also just wanted to point out the 5-year total for the unfunded projects in the whole category of circulation is $175.4 million, but $73 million of this is unfunded in the Highway 52 program. So the next group of projects are drainage projects. We've got 7 projects in this category at $34 million. The CMP Storm Drain Replacement Program, the general fund is a new funding source for this project. In the past, it was partially funded with drainage impact fees, but due to a change in state law, the city is no longer able to use drainage fees for any deficient master drainage. Instead, can only use drainage impact fees that connect directly to future development whose water will cause a capacity deficit. So we really lost the ability to use drainage diff for this program, and you can see that the 5-year unfunded amount is now $15 million. The next one is we have some water quality related projects, storm drain trash diversion. This is a general fund funded program. It's $1.2 million through 2030, so 5 years. So in this project category, the 5-year total unfunded project amount is $28.1 million. The next group are the facility projects. We've got 14 projects at $110.2 million. We'll start off with the community center. $23.5 million, fully funded, good news. Construction is expected to start in fiscal year 25-26. We also have the operations center upgrades. This is where the vector dumping and dewatering will be done. This is just a little under $1 million and is also fully funded. We also have network wiring and a centralized alarm system at City Hall. These 2 projects combined are about $188,000, and they're also funded. Also in the facility group are fire facility projects. Total estimated budget for fire projects are $47.9 million. The first 4 projects here are unfunded. Fire Station 4 comprehensive remodel at $16.2 million. Fire Station 20 at the operations yard at $22.3 million. A temporary fire station at the north end of the city, $3.8 million, and the emergency operations center at $3.5 million. The next project here is Fire Station 4 maintenance at a little under $300,000. These expenses, of course, are needed to bridge the gap until the comprehensive remodel of Fire Station 4 can happen or can be funded. And they include a roof replacement, carpeting, apparatus doors, and exterior painting. So for the facility project group, the total 5-year unfunded balance is $82.4 million. Fire projects make up about $46.3 million. The next group of projects are related to parks. We have 19 projects at $50.9 million. Trail projects are the biggest group in this group. They are budgeted at $36.5 million. Estimated developer contributions for these projects are about $9.9 million. The unfunded or seeking grant funding amount is about $26.6 million. General park improvements, this is an annual allocation for improvements and systematic replacement of park facilities and amenities. The 5-year allocation totals $226,300. And then the next one is the sports field and court improvements. Another annual allocation, and this helps improve city sports fields and courts. The 5-year allocation amounts to $276,300. We also have the Town Center Community Park Artificial Turf Annual Allocation, as I mentioned earlier, $150,000 per year to set aside funding for turf replacement in future years. This was previously in the operating budget, but we actually are moving it over to CIP just because that's seems like that's where it should be, since it would be a future CIP project. The next one is Weston Park Playground Shade Installation. Shade covering over the playground at Weston Park, $180,500. Video camera locations for trails and parks, $267,100. In this group, park projects, it's the 5-year unfunded amount is $37.5 million. So our last group are other projects. We have 6 in this category at $14.8 million. The first is the San Diego River Defensible Space and Hazardous Fuels Reduction, $7.6 million, funded by a federal hazard mitigation grant and by the San Diego River Conservancy. We also have a broadband infrastructure improvement project for an estimated cost of $1.1 million, financial management system upgrade at $1 million. Town centers, this is a new project this year. Town center specific plan implementation. This would initiate the implementation of the TCSP, beginning with the development of a sign program. We've got $225,000 funded in year 3 of the CIP, and the reason this is significant is we only appropriate years 1 and 2. So while this is not in what we would appropriate since it's in year 3, we did want it to bring it to your attention in case that was something you wanted to think about later. In this group of projects, in the other projects, there's only one project that has an unfunded amount, and it's this project. It's unfunded by $4.2 million. Asset management strategy is a new project, and I'm going to turn the PowerPoint over to the Director of Engineering and the Director of Community Service to explain the goals of this project.
So thank you, Heather. I'm going to kind of talk a little bit about the asset management strategy. So staff is asking for an appropriation or a funding amount of $250,000 for this next fiscal year. And that's to help us develop a comprehensive asset management database to give us asset inventory, conditions, repair, and replacement costs. We do have pieces of this already in our pavement management program. We have costs associated with that. With the CMP program, we have cost analysis. The Public Works Department also has cost analysis on various items. They're all in different formats, different locations. The plan would be to bring all those back together, put them into a single asset management category and process. So they're all similar so that we can prioritize the needs. And what I mean by that is rank the priorities based on the needs and the risk associated with them, i.e. CMP is a high risk. We've had some failures in the past. Council has dedicated a significant amount of funding in the past because we need to take care of those risks. Then the next final thing is looking at funding strategy and to generate a plan for catching up to address that huge unfunded amount of projects that Heather has mentioned at $327 million in unfunded needs. And I'm going to turn it over to Nick to talk a little bit about some of the strategies with education and outreach.
Thank you, Carl. The concept of this slide is infrastructure, education, and community engagement. It's a proposal for proactive public outreach strategy focused on infrastructure education. The intent here is to build awareness of our city's long-term infrastructure needs and engage the community in a transparent conversation about how we manage and plan for our public assets. It's about making sure our residents are informed, have access to data and visual tools, and are part of the process when it comes to understanding and prioritizing infrastructure investment. I want to be clear that this is a strategy, that this strategy is educational in nature and is not tied to any specific funding or mechanism or proposal. On that note, I want to talk about some of the outreach tactics that we have here. Of course, we have public education campaign, which will be centered around the concept of social media series, newsletters, inserts, educational videos, and an interactive online hub. We need to have a place for all these individuals to use as a resource. We're going to have a lot of community meetings that we want to have a place on our website to essentially have these residents go and read and do some thorough research regarding some of our initiatives. And of course, I definitely want to talk about the stakeholder partnership. The initiative here is to gather 25 to 30 individuals from the community. We're thinking around the chamber, the building associations, the local water district, park advocates, individuals from the fire association. We want to talk about all of our needs, and we want to make sure that we illustrate our needs in a pretty professional fashion to understand what are the shortfalls that the city has, and what's the plan that we're going to come up in order to meet that budget deficit. With that said, the messaging pillars are pretty clear below, but we definitely want to make an impact on local control. That's really the focus of this overall pillar, just having local control and being able to manage this overall asset program.
So to reiterate, the emphasis is placed on the first 2 years, which will be the adopted budget. Projects will continue to be brought back to City Council to award contracts. As far as next steps, we have a workshop tonight. Depending on tonight, we could either adopt the budget at the next meeting, or we could, if there's still more discussion and still more questions, we would bring it back to the June 25th meeting for adoption.
Is that it?
There was a slide. Okay, now it's it. But we're available for any questions or discussion.
I thought there was more, but oh well. Okay, we have one speaker.
Yes, sir. Carl Constantino.
Welcome back, Carl.
Thanks. Couple quick questions regarding this. As a longtime critic of our traffic signal management here, I was glad to see a lot of information in the circulation section of that. One thing I didn't see is, and this kind of ties in with my question from last time about adding streetlights with a levy and everything, but nowhere does it say where these streetlights are going. Is there going to be a list of what traffic signals are going to be improved, upgraded, controllers changed, something that public can give the feedback on priority? I mean, I see a streetlight that's, all the way on the outskirts of town that doesn't affect it, in my mind, a lot of people, and yet we've got one here right there at Woodside and 67 that's can't be upgraded, according to Minji. To me, that's a higher priority. And so I'm, with your comments about transparency and getting the public involved, is there going to be a list of what traffic signals are going to get what kind of improvements and in what order or priority or timetable?
No, I think a good question to that is, have we looked at a timetable yet for putting together these meetings with the public and the stakeholders? Because that's where the input would come in, is during those meetings. And that's when we would start developing a list, most likely. So I don't think we actually have a list determined yet, right, for where we're doing things?
That's correct, Mayor. We wanted to get feedback off this presentation, and we already have some of those concepts already laid before front. So once we get approval and once we're able to identify those deficiencies, we're able to start tackling that item.
Okay, all right. When I seen specific numbers, like 21 different traffic signals, that kind of gives me the thought that you know which ones those 21 are. But I also agree with what you're saying. I mean, this is probably pretty early in the process, but I just want to make sure that I get it out there to get people's feedback as to priorities and of which lights get upgraded first.
I think we should be able to do that. I don't think that's a problem. Do you?
We actually have a list already created. That's how we use to develop our fee schedules based on an actual need. So we know where all those, and we'll be happy to share them with the public if they're not included in this presentation, but we have that. And if you contact us, I can give you a list of all those locations for traffic signal upgrades.
Okay, and the type of upgrade, like the ones that need a complete controller replacement versus?
We have all that data.
Just a camera. Okay, yeah. Get with you?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
All right, thanks, Carl.
Thanks.
Council comments, questions?
I'll go first.
Go.
So a couple comments, and then I do have one thing. So Nick, on the Weston shade structure, 180,000. I think, is that underestimated at this point, or do we expect that number to climb with new information?
We got a quote roughly about 5 months ago. With steel prices, you never really know. You can't really forecast. But the wind patterns are relatively pretty strong in Weston. We're going to need some pretty wide cylinder poles to go down there, so we're going to definitely have to engineer that concept, and that's why the price is a little bit high. So perhaps Steve could probably share some more concepts on that. But it is a relatively pricey price point, but it's going to bring a good shade apparatus to the Weston Park community.
So what is that exactly? Because the picture showed, it looked like one shade.
Yeah,
Is there
there's going to be a
more?
large canopy over the main playground, and we're also going to try to have a concurrent shade structure that goes in concurrence with the slide as well. So the concept here is that roughly 90% of the play structure will be covered, and also portions of the swing set.
So is there 3 columns going in, like 3 points of connection? Is it one? I mean, what? I'm trying to understand this shade structure a little bit more. How is this?
Oh, no. It's okay, we have a janitor for that.
I think it's going to be me doing that one. Sorry, Dick.
Campbell tried to take the trash can with him, so.
Right, I know. We're not setting a good example tonight, right? Community Services did get a quote that include 4 column supports that would go in the playground. And then instead of just trying to have just a square, just blob, it would be angled with the way it would arch upwards in angled points to cover the majority of it. When the park was originally designed, we put in 48-inch box trees, which were the biggest trees we could get, but obviously they've not grown to give us enough shade. So the goal is to get as much shade possible in the center of it, with hope that when the trees grow, we get a good, surrounding shade around it without just having a giant canvas tarp over the entire playground.
I mean, this shade structure is almost as much as the playground cost.
Yeah, they are expensive. And then some of the costs that drove that up is with the park being adjacent to a WUI neighborhood. Now the shade canopies have to have fully fire retardant material,
blah, blah.
and things like that added on it.
All right. Nick, I just kind of curious, is your CSD department the new communication department now?
For some time, sir.
Yeah.
I believe so. I believe that is the case.
Just the way it kind of looked there. There was a phrase put in, I think it was the TCSP implementation, generate a plan. That's one of the best things I've heard in 4.5 years, you guys. I mean, we set up here for priorities and plans and stuff like that. So I'm really encouraged to see that phrase in there, generate a plan. So very kudos to whoever figured out those 3 words. And then the last one is really more for Carl. There's a project I actually would like to add into here. You guys hear me out real quick. So on Carlton Oaks Boulevard, between Pike and Stoyer, that stretch of road right there is in really bad shape. I mean, it's been like that for 30 years, and in there, it's a very large median that runs through there. There's an apartment complex and a condominium complex that runs through there. There's a stop sign at Stoyer and a stop sign at Pike, where Carlton Hills Elementary School is there. The bottom, and there is a 1 lane each direction, I guess east-west, and then there is parking on the curb all the way down the whole entire thing, and there's no buffer zone between the vehicular lane and the parking lane. So my idea, and this is really what you take as the idea, is to narrow that median in there and still create only 1 vehicular lane there, but add a bike lane in between the vehicular lane and the parking area, which creates a little bit of a buffer zone for the cars opening their doors and people exiting their cars for safety, and obviously creates mobility through there with other means of transportation, i.e. bikes in there. I think most of us have driven that road one time in our lifetime, and it is horrendous, and I think the tree roots and everything else is probably the biggest problem on the pavement side of it, but I think we can improve the safety and the mobility through there with this. Obviously, price tag is whatever, and we need grant money, we need assistance to get there, but it is a project I think that we should look at, within our city here.
Let me just jump in here. I think that if we need to do some design engineering on that, we should go through Sandag and try and tap into their active transportation money. I know there's about $99 million right now in the budget for that, and we should probably try and get as much as that as we can, so it comes back to our
You
neighborhood.
guys familiar with the stretch?
No,
I'm
I'm,
talking
I'm
about?
very
Yeah,
familiar
much?
with it. I just don't know
Yeah,
that the
I,
intersection is wide enough to put a bike lane on,
that's-
getting rid of the, I'm sorry, the median, getting rid of the median. Because that median's not very wide.
That's what
It
these guys gotta
actually is.
figure
The
out.
median is, I think, 24 feet wide
Is it
right
really?
there.
24?
It's
Yeah.
it's
Oh, yeah.
It's our
really,
widest
really wide.
median in the city.
Yeah,
Oh, man, I'm not thinking of the same one.
it's really wide.
Yeah, that's actually one of the streets I avoid on my bicycle
Yeah, for the
because you can't even ride on the sidewalk because sidewalk is kind of seems narrow there, but there's also the traffic that comes in and out, and also some other types of blockages there. So, yeah, and so that's a great idea.
We can certainly put a page together for the next meeting and put a number to it and bring it before council for consideration.
Yeah, and let me know because then I'll bring that to Sandag for consideration. See what we need to get.
Yeah,
part of that.
We'll put it down as seeking grant funds because our initial analysis, when Councilmember Trotta brought it to our attention, that it will be very, very expensive just because of some of the stormwater quality features and things we have to add nowadays, and removing the median. But it's certainly doable, and staff's happy to put a page together and bring it back for your consideration.
And I'd just add to your comments that I think it's a good project for Sandag consideration because it's actually bracketed on both sides by roadways with Class 2 bikeways. So it's a middle section that's missing.
Yeah.
And the elementary school, intersection being on the westbound end of that too, which creates more safety issues.
But by the way, they are doing some road repair down there right now.
Yeah.
Repaving.
I think to add to what we would look at is to have the design mimic the way Carlton Oaks looks now, closer to Santee Lakes, where there is a landscape median, one lane in each direction, parking
Continuation
on
of
both
that.
sides with a 6-foot bike lane.
Right, continuation all the way through.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's it.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
Okay, so I was actually surprised to hear that we don't have an asset management program. Asset management programs are an absolute must for a city, and we had one at Santee Lakes. Of course, Padre Dam has one, more assets. I think it saves you a lot of money over time, and also the price projections come in more accurate for budgeting. So I definitely think we need to invest in that. At the park, we used a product called Green City, which is a product an Esri product, basically, and it's an asset management tool. So just throwing that out there as one to look at. And then going back to the park projects, I've put up shade structures as a park director, 3 in my time. And when I saw the price tag of $180,000, my jaw hit the floor. That's really expensive. The last shade structure that we installed over the playground and the campground, which is a big, that's the pirate ship one. It's a big one. I don't think it cost over $60,000. And, when I just think about everything we talked about tonight, including the development and all the infill projects, and I go back to the safety element we've talked about many, many times, and Big Rock Park, and there's 2 huge Big Rock Park projects that, one's a nice to have, replacing a playground would be nice. My kids were little the first time they used it, so it's over 30 years old. But we need to fix that restroom, and I looked at the price, and, I think a couple of years ago it was $776,000. Now it's 1.7 million. It just is going up exponentially, but the restroom is in horrible shape. And Wood Glen Vista is another one. That's unfunded, and I think that's $50,000 or $60,000. To me, a shade structure is nice, but fixing a restroom in a park is an absolute must. And we have to allocate those kinds of dollars to those kinds of things. the Weston community, they have, it's stabilized. They're not going to do infill projects all around there. It's an HOA, they have a nice community, a nice park. Shade would be nice, but when they bought their homes, they were also, the flyer said, go to Santee Lakes, you know, like that was the marketing that they used. And we've got shade there, nice parks in the area. There's only one Big Rock Park that serves all of our area. A lot of people live there. And I really think we need to start investing in Wood Glen and Big Rock Park as a priority.
Councilmember Kowal, I have a few comments. I want to thank you for the astute comments. With your guidance, we were able to use some funding to restore Big Rock Park. We used about $50,000 and we brought it up to an acceptable standard. I totally agree with you. Wood Glen Vista Park restroom absolutely needs a really massive upgrade. It's one of our oldest parks. We were just talking about it. We just had a council item regarding the status of the park. It's relatively pretty aged. With that said, I do want to let you know that the cost for Big Rock Park restroom, it was roughly about $700,000 2 years ago with the CIP. Due to this project getting more attention, we decided to actually do some more investigation and really determine what the actual replacement actually needs. So, Steve, if you don't mind, would you be able to kind of just illustrate to the councilwoman some of these concepts as to why it went from 700 to about 1.5 million? I'd greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, what came out of it was we went to Public Restroom Company who builds pre-manufactured restrooms. That's what we have at Weston Mass Park. They gave us a price to tear the building out and put it back. But the issue that we have there is we have to upgrade. When we put that type of funds to the park, we have to look at ADA. It opens us up to do ADA improvement. So we have pedestrian walkways that come off Mesa Road. The grades are going to need handrails, and we have some other ped ramp upgrades. We have, as part of another CIP project, is our EV charge station program, which that's a site where we'd like to get EV charges too. Right now, that restroom building only has a 60 amp service feeding the entire park. So if we're going to go through and redo the building, we're going to have to upgrade the electrical service. That came with costs. Last summer, Community Services had some issues with the sewer line that left from that park that goes through a private sewer pipeline through the school district that's adjacent to us. We know the pipe's old. We need to fix it. Our recommendation to the Community Services Department was not to go through and just drop a building and then come back to the council saying, oh, we have to upgrade now the electrical, or we didn't have the sewer taken care of. So it was more of a comprehensive redo, because what I believe what staff was hearing is let's redo the bathroom and do some other site improvements. So those costs have been added into that project.
Okay, I do appreciate that because I didn't know that background. And that makes sense. So I'll just go back to my statement at a prior council meeting, maybe a couple, about the safety element. The Big Rock Park was addressed. After we finish the community center, we need to focus dollars on Big Rock Park. And then I think it would be a better use of money to fix the restroom at Wood Glen Vista versus putting a shade structure over, if one's unfunded and the other's fully funded at 180, I think it's a priority to fix the restroom.
So, Councilmember Kowal, we have roughly about $50,000 allocated in year one of the CIP to do the similar enhancements that we did at Big Rock Park. We're going to do them at Wood Glen Vista Park. It won't be that complete remodel. We're not going to get a brand new prefab restroom, but we're going to do the exact same upgrades that we did at Big Rock, which the community enjoyed. We're going to do them at Wood Glen Vista this upcoming year.
So are you saying that, because the list that I saw of funded projects didn't include that?
Yes. Heather?
Did it?
It didn't. I didn't add every project in there, but yes, we have it. And if you look in the budget book, it's under park restroom improvements. But it is funded. It's $50,000 from the general fund for Wood Glen Vista Park to do some upgrades, to do some painting, to update the sinks and the bathrooms.
And there's no other, okay, thank you for that. There's no other prior, $180,000 for a shade structure. Have we tried, is our grant writer working on grants? We worked with the Melanoma Society before and had...
We reached out to the Melanoma Society. We put a grant application together for this project. Unfortunately, it was declined, and it was declined via, respectfully speaking, the Grossmont Healthcare District, because they were the intermediate person that was submitting on our behalf. So we submitted it via the Melanoma organization to Grossmont Healthcare District, and they denied the project.
What? We got to talk.
Do we know someone there?
Happened, yeah. What was their reasoning for denying it?
I could definitely give you some more insight on that denial, but
Sure, go ahead.
yeah, it just didn't fit the jacket. You know, the submittal did not fit their overall jacket. But in theory, I mean, this lined up well with Impact Melanoma's mission. The concept of melanoma and shade go hand in hand. I believe the subcommittee did not advance it to a grant award. It was a subcommittee of 2 individuals.
Okay, was it, I'll find that out for you.
Yeah.
The portable restrooms, they are the prefabs, you're just tossing them, bringing them in and dropping them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and those are actually that expensive then, huh?
Roughly
They sure don't say that when we're at the shows.
650 to 750,000 on average.
All right. Yeah, all right. That much.
Well, it's because of all the infrastructure you have to do around it as well. Once you start fixing one thing, well, now that opens you up to having to fix so many other things. So it's all part and parcel once you start moving things apart. And I'd rather know the full cost. Yeah, well, and I appreciate why now seeing that full cost, knowing why these numbers are jumping up so much and so fast. It's not for just that structure. It's for everything that's going to go into building a community center, including parking lots and things of that nature. So I appreciate the fact that we're getting real numbers now and not just portions that make it sound like what we want to hear. We need to know the real stuff in order to plan for it at some point. So I also agree. I truly appreciate the fact that you're looking at these projects in a very proactive way. You're putting together, I'm going to go to the slide and read it because the wording was good. Prioritize needs, rank priorities and needs, asset risk evaluation. That's huge because as Councilmember Koval has stated, sometimes, there's the wants and then there's the needs. And then even in the needs, there's the needs that we need and then there's ones that we need now. And there's a hierarchy to it all. And knowing what that is, that's super important for us to be able to maneuver things around. I know sometimes, chasing these things, I've been saying it a lot lately, it's like chasing or trying to catch a falling knife. It gets more and more dangerous the faster it goes. It's not an easy thing to do. And we have to have some sort of ranking system in play. And in order to do that, we've got to know what all the different projects are and where they are in disrepair or need and what that's going to mean for us as far as asset risk evaluation down the line. So thank you very much for doing this. I love seeing this. I love seeing this up here.
Yeah,
it makes me feel.
I don't know
a
what
lot better.
fundamentally has changed because I think you guys are hearing us. All these years we've been telling you these things, and something's changed in the last couple months where, the wording, something's changed. We're understanding a little bit more of what we're trying to achieve. To Councilwoman's comments, we said many years ago that. We need the unfunded projects, if there's a small gap in there that we need to take and we need to finish something because there's a bigger gap somewhere else, we got to get these things done and off the books. So if there's a smaller gap there, it needs to be looked at.
And completed.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
Agreed. It's
finish here.
Yeah, it's interesting because when I travel around the state and I talk with other councils and mayors and whatnot, they all talk about very similar things, and there's a lack of asset management. And I don't know if it's something that's just, popped up over the last few years where councils are actually looking at that and wanting to actually invest in looking at what they have. But a lot of them, even big cities, they really can't tell you, for instance, how much real estate they have, how many buildings they have, what's in each park. And, I can tell you right now that the people that are on the front lines, you ask somebody like a Sam, he'll tell you how many buildings we have in a park, how many sidewalks need to be repaired, whatever. Sometimes that doesn't always equate to moving up the rank structure, for lack of a better term. And so by having this software, or I think you can, that's probably some of the things that you're talking about, Carl, that you put this in there and you know that exactly the condition of whatever bathroom is or whatever park or whatever sidewalk. And so that's what moves things up on that priority list. For me, I understand some of the reasons why it would cost so much for these, shade structures. And because it's like we learned a long time ago when we put a flagpole over in Town Center Park is that, it's a 35-foot pole, I think, but it has to go a certain number of feet in the ground and have a certain foundation under it because of wind and all that kind of stuff. And I think that costed like about $60,000 or $35, or I forget what it was.
It was $50,000 additional dollars.
Yeah, $50,000 and
Over and above what we were thinking it was going to be.
for a flagpole, and you're like,
For the
are you
record, all
kidding
of
me?
our shade structures are, stable, and there's good wind there.
I'm not suggesting they're not, but a lot of people don't understand. It's like, put a pole up and you have shade on it. So I can understand why it would cost more and more, especially you're talking about you need larger, pillars and whatnot to go in to go in there.
Footings.
I guess one of my fundamental questions is maybe because I don't have kids or anything, but when I was a kid, we didn't ever have a shade structure over our playground stuff. And speak for yourself. So I mean, is that really why we want to make that like a priority? Is because we're afraid what's going to happen, and you really can't be afraid that because you put a park in, you don't have a shade structure, somebody's going to get sick or something. Exactly. There's all over the place without shade structure. So for me, it's not necessarily a priority. I think it's a nice to have thing, but we want you to think about it. And, we can always keep that on the back burner. But I think we do need to look at some of the, like the restrooms, because we want people to go in and be safe and healthy. And but then I want us to look at also like some of our trails that have sidewalks that are, really lifting and causing an unsafe walking condition. Those are, there's a lot of infrastructure I think that we need to be looking at. So, but one of the other things that I really honed in on was local control, the term local control. And I know we're talking about, budgeting and things of that nature, and not necessarily, I don't know, it could be a big issue. But like when we talk about local control, a lot of times it has to do with our real estate, infrastructure and zoning and all that stuff, and the state legislature tends to put a lot of controls on us and taking away the control. Like for instance, on an infill project, they can make us a developer can come in and do pretty much anything they want, and we can't even say anything about it. So the fact that we're talking about it tonight and had even a hearing on it is good. But I don't want us to get to the point where on smaller projects, whether it's a park or otherwise, to have state legislature telling us that we have to put certain things in and we have to build them at a certain, square footage or acreage or whatever it might be. So we have to really step up our game, and I think this is part of it when you talk about asset management, stepping up our game to make sure things are done in a proper fashion. It's just crazy that there's a lot of money that's unfunded. And I think about my own home and the fact that do I actually, put enough money away and budget for things that occur there? I just, anecdotally speaking, I had a pinhole burst in my water pipe that cost me $3,500 to fix because we never thought about, what happens if there's a pinhole size water leak? And but it caused so much more damage than just around it because it was in the attic.
I thought you were going to say your water bed.
No, I gave that up a while back. So when I see these numbers, I get it. Heather, I really understand why we have to plan for this. And it's not like I kind of joked yesterday about why don't we just go get a 80-year loan to pay for all this and do it at once and then just pay it off over the years. But sooner or later that things are going to break down again, and we're still paying for it. And so you have to do the best you can with what you have. So I get it, and I appreciate all the hard work. So what's that?
Then you become San Diego.
Yeah, well, no, we're not going to become a San Diego infrastructure need. So, all right. Did I have a motion? I forget.
Or
is
there's
this
no motion.
this
It was-
information only, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So as far as the shade structure, should we move that funding back a little bit or change the funding?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think at least pull it out and reserve it until we find identify the right need for it.
Okay, you got it.
Does that make sense, guys? Okay. All right, then. All right. So that's information only, so we're going to just note and file that basically. And then that takes us to non-agenda public. Any other non-agenda public comment?
No, sir.
Okay, then. And hold on. Talked so long, my computer turned off. All right, then. Okay, then we'll go to city council reports. Anything, Ron?
Just we did our budget at MTS, and in 2030, we're going to be $145 million upside down.
Is that all? Laura?
Well, let me rephrase it. They paid $600,000 almost to go find that 145 million.
Okay. Laura?
Okay, I did read something interesting, so I'd like our city attorney to track this. It's SB 569, which allows cities to implement their own homeless abatement policies on Caltrans properties. And that would be, I mean, if we had the ability to do that, I could think of some regular spots that we could focus on.
You know, we are actually kind of doing that already. And with our homeless work group, just so you know that one of the biggest complaints I hear around not just our county but around the state is that it's impossible to get Caltrans out to remove encampments from their property. And in Santee, we actually are very successful with that, sometimes within about a week, I think. And one of the reasons is because of our assertive program. And that's what Eric Hayes works on, and all of our groups. Sam, is it about a week before they come out, or less even sometimes? Yeah, so we have, when I tell other people around the state that Caltrans comes out right away to work on us, and they don't believe me. They think I'm lying.
Well, they didn't do it for a long time. That's why they don't believe it.
Well, we've only been doing this program now for a short time. That's why there is some catch-up, but we actually are being much more efficient. The only problem is that sometimes we get them down, and then within a week they're starting to go up again. But
they're coming to the homeless meeting.
And my point about this is not that we would pay for it as a city. That's Caltrans' responsibility. But I just want to track the bill and see what it says. And if maybe other cities, look, there's always a strategic way to do something like this. So just want to track it and see what it says.
Yeah, our biggest problem is getting other cities around us to also to be part of the working group, and because they have a whole different approach. I hate to say this, but I think sometimes they allow it to happen because they know they can get state or federal funding with the more homeless they have.
That's gross.
I can't prove it, but that's my thought on that, and that's why we don't have a lot of successes in other areas.
I think we're getting more attention because a lot of the stuff that that is happening on our properties that line up with Caltrans are high fire zones, and so it becomes a fire issue, as we can prove. Statistically, we can very easily show that, so I think that's probably more the reason. But Councilmember Trotter said it, kind of back ways, but the reality is Caltrans isn't going to fight that bill in any way, shape, or form, because all it's going to do is move the onerous of having to pay for moving people off and repairing property to cities instead of Caltrans. So I think they're just going to sit back and let it happen.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's actually some laws that allow municipalities enter into an agreement with the state to remove those types of things or other hazardous material or a variety of things, and then the state pays for it.
How long down the road?
What do you mean? How long do they take to pay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
And that's there's the
Well,
catch.
that's why I asked, like, let's make sure we're looking at it. My point.
Yeah.
Keep your eyeballs on it. Yeah. Reality.
Well, thank you.
I just want to say thank you to the American Legion here in Santee for changing out the flag at the Veterans Memorial on Memorial Day here this past week, as they do annually every year. And just want to thank them again for continue that service.
Thank you. Rob?
This year I got to do the, I guess we'll call it judging for our Miss Teen Santees. And I thought one of the a couple of the things that I just kind of caught my mind. Most every single one of them stated the biggest issue that they find facing teens in today's world is social media, which shouldn't be a surprise to anybody, I guess, but they think that that's the biggest concern that they have facing them as a teenager is social media. And we did ask one strange question. If you could have any superpower, what would it be? And all but one said the same thing, teleportation. Because they're always late for school and everything else, and they'd love to just be able to teleport there. The one that didn't say that said flying, because she's always late. It would be easier to fly somewhere. I'm like, I would never have thought of teleportation, but I think I want that superpower now too.
It's because you can get there right now.
Right now, not later. And it was also, I want to concur with Councilmember Trotter. It's a blessing for them to change the flag out. I love the fact I understand about 40 people out there at the flag changing ceremony. I was able to do my annual thing is every Memorial Day I do cooking. I do it at one time I do it at the El Cajon VFW Lodge. The sad part is every year it's less and less people that are showing up, less and less veterans showing up. I used to cook between 250 to 275 burgers, and now we're down to about 150, 140. So there's a lot less people showing up, and that's sad. But it's still a wonderful event and something that the El Cajon VFW Lodge does put on for free. So it's a free meal for all the veterans that come through there. And it's really neat. I'm just happy to be a part of it.
Great. And I don't have anything. We got another Sandag meeting on Friday. The only thing I will say is that we did have a retreat, and it went off very well. A lot of good collaboration going on, not a bunch of infighting going on. And there's a lot of people that are talking now about completing the Transnet projects that were promised so many years ago that certain boards and executive directors ignored for many years. So there's a lot of hope for, especially like 67, which it makes it very difficult if there's a big fire up in that area for people to get in and out of. So they're going to work on that. 76 and 78 through San Marcos and through the backcountry, they're looking at that, doing some good work. And of course, our 52 is looking at it's some work being done there still, and in the capital improvements and budget for that. So it's still good, still going on. So it's nice to hear that. It's refreshing from hearing, oh, well, we're not going to do that because it's not a trolley or it's not a bus.
Oh, and one more thing. Again, happy birthday, Councilmember Koval, and happy belated birthday, Councilmember Trotter.
Ditto.
Here's to my 50.
Yeah, you made it.
Out of them.
Did you say 5 O's?
Yeah, she just finally made it to her 50s.
I'm older than that. New decade.
Yeah, I just bring attention to that as well. Okay, city manager, anything?
Just wanted to express my happiness being able to be with you guys for a short while and working with your top quality staff.
Great, thanks for being here, appreciate it.
Thank you.
City attorney?
No report, Mayor.
Okay, well then that's going to take us to closed session. Item number 16, public employment. city manager, and then conference with, item number 17, conference with labor negotiators, and item number 18, conference with legal counsel on existing litigation. We will be back in the back for a little while. You're all welcome to sit around if you want, but it's going to be a while. And we do thank you for being here. Hey, thanks for staying so long. I hope you saw something that was a little bit eye-opening, not eye-shattering. Okay, let's the record reflect that we're back in general open session and to closed session item number 16, public employment, direction given to staff. And item number 17, conference with labor negotiations. Council unanimously approved the terms for a new agreement with the association and directed staff to bring back an MOU reflecting these terms as part of the budget approval process. And item number 18, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, direction was given. That concludes all of our items, and then we will be in adjournment in memory of Paul Berghoff and Jerry Park. Thank you for being here.